Hello? Good morning, chat. There we go. Oh, Windows. Every time I get a Windows update, without fail, it decides, you know what? You don't need. You don't need your OBS settings saved. Absolutely not. You see, the real problem that you just have in your life is that your settings keep being saved, and we're going to fix that for you, okay? Okay, awesome. So I love Windows, specifically Microsoft as a company and how they do updates. I love them so much. All right, enough sarcasm for the morning. Um, let's see, plans for today. I came up with an idea of how to handle shoulder rotation independent of the rest of the body. Well, I shouldn't say independent. A way to offset it dynamically that is not error prone the same way my thoughts yesterday were. So that's kind of cool. It's going to add a little bit more complexity to the animation data, but it's not that bad. Yeah, there's... Anyway, we'll get to it. First things first. Startup. Let's go. Let's see, off stream, one game I've been looking at again, just to kind of learn from it, learn some of their monetization, learn some of their, how to describe it, I guess part of what I'm trying to learn is their balance systems, but also how they structure their seasons and things like that is Warframe. I don't think I'm ever going to make a game on the level of Warframe. I'm not planning to. But I think there's probably some lessons to learn there by studying that game. Because I can't think of many games that have had that longevity while also being free to play. And I should be clear, Warframe absolutely has pay to skip. But as far as I'm aware, everything non-cosmetic is absolutely obtainable without paying a penny. So if you're playing regularly, you can get everything functional. There's a couple things that you would have to buy off of players, but even their premium currency you can get without spending money by trading with other players that have spent money. Yeah, that's fine for today. Can I... No. That's fine. I was wondering if it's possible to move that over to Nodcry. My dailies. Then again, I'm not really ready to start doing dailies in Nodcry anyway. I need to have like a day where I just clear out one of the 3 regions. But I still haven't finished up Natlan. Like, I've still got 1% missing here. No clue what to do about that. 1% missing here. And like, I have taken my treasure compass everywhere around there. And then over here, yeah, we're not going to talk about the completion percentage here. Please ignore that. Hello, Big Rock Man. How's it going? Oh, well. Well, that was anticlimactic. Sorry, Big Rock Man. Didn't mean to just absolutely destroy your hopes and dreams. One specific thing I've been looking at in Warframe is how they've implemented their seasonal balance changes through, what is that system called? I believe it's implemented through a system called Disposition. Essentially what happens is every so often, I believe it's on season changes, they update a massive spreadsheet that has a value for every item in the game, and this value changes each season based on how much players are using an item. So if players are using an item a whole bunch, then the disposition goes down, and that can equate to it going down to something like 50%. Whereas if players aren't using an item, and there's probably more to this, and they almost certainly have gone over this in dev streams that I am unaware of. And so I'm just sort of scratching the surface on learning about it. And then, so to continue the previous explanation, for items that aren't used, they go up to a buff of, I think 150%. Anyway, point is, some stats, I believe it's tied to certain types of mods that you can put on items. So all items within Warframe, should say most items within Warframe, can have attachments called mods, up to 8 on most. And then a few other items can have special mods up to like 10 or 11, something like that. Point being, some of those mods their stats are altered by the disposition. So if there's a really, really weak weapon, it's gonna pretty consistently have a disposition of 150%. And that's, one, to encourage people to use the item, and two, just to make sure it maintains relevance. And I've been pondering this concept of a dynamic balancing system based on player data. And I've been thinking about it for a while and how to implement it. And this idea of seasons makes a lot of sense. Like, and I imagine there's a whole bunch of work that goes into figuring out what player data is relevant. Because people running, like new players running low-level content, probably not super relevant to balancing. Particularly because the mods that this applies to, you do not get until way, way late. I mean, you can probably buy them from players, but the point is, like, it's not intended to be something that you're using early on in your experience with the game. And even if it were, that usage data is probably less relevant than the people playing your mid and in-game content. Then again, with the studio size for Warframe, maybe they are considering that data in part of how they're doing balancing, just because they have enough people to be able to analyze all that data. But I suspect if an item is sufficiently bad to not be used even by new players, it's probably not going to be used by seasoned players either. And of course, there's always going to be the shift in perspective on items as you get better at a game. So it's an interesting problem to solve. How do you balance, not just how do you implement the change in balancing, like with the season approach, but also how do you balance items for new players versus balancing for seasoned players? And it's kind of a tricky problem. Where is... Did I do 4? Apparently I did a 4th quest without realizing it. Oh, right. There was Rock Guy. There was Defense, there was Combat Challenge, and then there was the kid asking me to do something that I have no idea what even happened. Cool. Awesome. Let's see, and that went a little bit fast, so we can go take a gander at Nodcry. And I think we'll activate one of the statues. Just a couple minutes.
Add Astra. Thank you for
and one conclusion I've kind of come to about this whole seasonal rebalancing thing is it's probably too much work for me to take on as part of an initial release of a game. Just the part about collecting player data, that's a whole can of worms in and of itself. So I probably don't want to touch that idea with a 10-foot pole right now. But it is something to consider, especially with the class system I have planned. It could be a very effective way to not really have to worry about... Shouldn't say not have to worry about. Not too deeply have to worry about balance as like a massive effort to just get right off the bat, because I could theoretically use player data to drive changes to balance. Now, that's only if I were to do such a thing, like create such a system. And if and until then, I do need to worry about balance. Fortunately, since there's no competitive component, but I am planning to specifically not have competitive stuff in my game. Because of that, balance is less important, but only comparatively so. That's not to say that it's not important by any means. Did he just shoot his own guy? No, that was me. I'm like, wait, what? Sir, he's your buddy.
Is it what you wish to follow? Hopefully the excitement of opening a treasure chest has at least made you...
Neuvillette, stop it. No more talking out of you. God, did they ever create a setting to just have your characters shut it? Please? No. No. Well, that's unfortunate. That's like one of my pet peeves with this game is this whole nonsense of constant character shoutouts. Great. I have no idea what that was.
Property belongs to whoever finds it first. So, it's
Hello?
yours now.
Fancy seeing you here, Robot Boy. So I'm noticing a lot of similarities in this region with Fontaine, or parts of Fontaine. Like there's definitely this steampunky aesthetic, and I wonder if they're going for almost a like rundown USSR aesthetic. Like a fantasy rundown USSR. I'm not sure what else it would be, but it's certainly a look. Ooh. How do I unlock you? Gorgeous. Combat challenge? Ooh. Ariel? No, 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 Ariel. I don't have any archers. Comprehensive ground test.
Installation chamber deployed.
Silence!
Wait, what? That seemed way too easy. Like, for a luxurious chest? That's...
Abandoned property belongs
I
to
mean, I'll
whoever
take
finds
it.
first.
That just is the easiest luxurious chest I've gotten since Mondstadt. Since Mondstadt has one on top of the cathedral that you can just grab. Honestly, this one might have been even easier than that because you at least have to find that one. Or know that it exists. Because it's not exactly a place you just go to. Hello?
Stand-up sequence.
What you doing here? Alright, that's definitely enough time on this though. Let me grab these two things real quick so I remember where my progress is. And the similarities to Fontaine are definitely a reminder of my least favorite parts of Fontaine, so that's not great. But I mean, very obviously going for a gritty industrial look. Obviously. Well, while I'm up here... I'm curious, doing just that, did that give me enough exploration for tomorrow's dailies? No, it did not. Oop. Depending on how long stream goes, I may schedule some time after stream to do some exploration just to speed up dailies. All right. That was definitely a long enough startup. Okay, so my idea for how to update the layering dynamically. I can play animations from animations. Like a different animation player from a given animation player. And in theory, I can have a data point there that stores relative rotation, which means a single animation would cover all directions. And in the case of attack 1, 2, 3 for Archer, would cover all three of them. Yeah. One thing I'll have to look at is how the animation player updates values that are enums. Because linear interpolation does some wonky things. But I think the fix for that is just to change it to... What type of interpolation is that called? I don't know. We'll see in just a second. Nearest. But that should be relatively easy to handle. So first things first. This is garbage. Like, I need to just get rid of all that. It's a cool idea, don't get me wrong. But not what I'm needing. But I do need this. This important. Actually, I think I want this too. And this. Basically all of it. Okay, so maybe I don't want to get rid of all of that. Let's call this instead shoulder rotation. Since, as far as I could tell, that's the only component I actually care about checking with this. And I suppose this should be capitalized, shouldn't it? Since I think enums are always public static. are enums always static? With GDScript, everything is public. Behaves as if it's so in Java. The answer is yes. Constant spin enum are implicitly public static final by definition. Ensures they are constant, accessible globally, and not associated with specific enum instances. Do any languages have non-static? I'm just curious at this point. I mean, I know I don't need this answer because, like, the whole purpose of an enum doesn't make sense to be non-static, but I'm just curious if anything has that. Union types, of course, but that's not really changing what an enum is. It's just changing how you consume the, like, yeah, that's not affecting the enum. Oh, and it's not even suggesting that it is. Never mind. Let's see. I'll offer very similar text. What's happening to enums? I'm so curious to hear what this person has to say. I first encountered enumerations in Pascal at the end of the 70s. Yeah, this basic concept of you have a data structure that stores some kind of labeling. But a number of languages have decided to take that idea and run with it to end up with something a long way from intuitive. First notice this in Python, where enums are add-on modules whose authors couldn't resist adding bells and whistles. What do you mean? But this is an example from Rust I saw. Okay, you can't just say this. You need to explain what you mean. I was hoping for, like, a well thought out post here, but you just sort of complained about Python and then moved on without actually explaining what you're talking about. They added bells and whistles. What does that mean? Because I've used Python enums and there's not much there. Process. I do not even understand what I'm looking at on those. Like, if you're gonna make a post complaining about the evolution of a programming concept across programming languages, don't assume that the people reading your post know all of the languages you're gonna bring up, because pro tip, they won't. Although some enums were more conventional. So what's happening here? I'm not asking what these mean. Obviously some complex type of pattern or whatever. I'm not trying to learn Rust. I might as well try and learn Chinese. My link is a common example of Rust code. But why are these contracts still called enums when they clearly aren't? What happens when you try to print that? What exactly was wrong with Pascal style enum? Why are they called enums? Probably because the word enums is less scary for new developers coming from C++ than sum types or algebraic data types. The proper name for this construct. but you can think of them as classical enum, rich with extra data. Atom. I don't know what this syntax means. Would be an enum, but you want to associate extra data to them, whose type also depends on which one you choose. That's not an enum, then. That's like an untyped dictionary. The C++ programmers know what tag unions are. Hello? I'm raising my hand here. I'm a C++ developer, and I don't know what tag unions are. Think of some types like this as more like C unions, specifically a struct with an enum tag that tells which union field is being used and the union. Haskell apparently calls them variant records. The heck is a tagged union? In computer science, a tag union, also called a variant record, choice type, discriminated union, disjoint union, sum type, or coproduct, is used to hold a value that could take on several different but fixed types. Only one of the types can be in use at any one time. Tag field explicitly indicates which type is in use. How is this any different than a union type? How is tag... I know this isn't what we're working on today, but I stumbled across this concept and I want to learn. How is it different than a union type? Like, this sounds like the same thing. Union type allows a variable to hold a value that can be one of several specified types. Great. And AI might be a good way to understand the difference. Tagged union, also known as blah blah blah, the specialized form of a... You need to define things! I don't know what a union type is. Wait, is a specialized form of union type. Okay, so that includes an explicit tag or discriminator field. Tag is a property common to all members of the union. Its literal value uniquely identifies which specific type of the union current value represents. Oh. Wait. No. Do not tell me the difference between these is that tag unions are just union types with tags. That had better not be the difference here. Also tracking and identifying the active type at... Okay, the responsibility of tracking and identifying the active type at runtime falls entirely on the programmer. Incorrect assumptions about the active type can lead to runtime errors or undefined behavior. Tag unions... Oh my god. You have a property, you have a field that stores what the type is. So why would you not just call this a tag union type? Like, we know what a union type is. Why not just call this a tag union type instead of using this term tag union, which to me implies that we might be talking about set unions. Oh my god. This is getting onto soapboxes here. Pet peeve of mine with programming terminology and comp sci terminology. People throw out new terms like this without just building on existing terms too much. Like, there's so much of this, you have to know all this stuff in order to approach any conversation in computer science. And it really shouldn't be that way. This is a massive problem I especially have with the way programming is taught at universities in the United States, where there's just a massive vocabulary you need to build up before you can start learning really anything useful. And that's not how we teach anything. That's also not how humans learn. We learn by building off of like small components, small building blocks to construct our understanding of larger systems. And words, terminology like this, in theory, is meant to help us categorize and associate bits of knowledge. Well, notice the term union type has not appeared anywhere in any of this conversation. And that irks me to no end. And at least they're throwing out this term sum types, which I don't know what a sum type is. Also known as tag unions or variant types. See, and here's another thing. If a term already exists to describe a functionality, why are we making up a new one? Like, the concept of a union type makes a lot of sense, because a union is combining a whole bunch of things that may or may not be similar. So in the case of describing union type, we are taking things that are types that may or may not be similar. So we might be using ints and floats, in which case they're similar. We might be using strings and booleans, not similar. The point is, we're grouping these things together. So a union type is a grouping of types that are valid for a given parameter, field, whatever you're using, whatever you're applying this type to. Makes so much sense. And I would propose a term, tag union types, not tag unions, because then you're taking this concept of a union type. Great, we understand that. You're adding a tag to it. Holy cow, I don't even need an extra definition for this, because the words just construct the meaning of the thing. Oh my goodness! I'm getting so heated about this. Comp sci types and like the self-labeled intellectual programmers just anger me to no end, because they create this, what do I want to call it? They create a sort of prestige, or a facade of prestige around programming that turns a lot of people away. And that's the primary reason my channel is named what it's named, why my company is named what it's named, and why I have taken on the name Dum Dum. I want to strip away this idea that there's something intrinsically special about programming, that it's some elevated, heady concept that's just not approachable by most people. And part of the reason I wanted to do that is I had that perception for the longest time that programming was unapproachable for me. And of course, I've had now a long career that has been heavily programming. And so much of this can just be simplified by changing the words you use to better leverage existing terminology. And this I think is a perfect example of this. Tagged unions as a term means nothing on its own. And it's actually worse than that in my opinion. It implies a meaning other than what it is. Because by not including the word type there in some form, it implies to me as a reader, just, context clues, which I didn't have any based on how they're being discussed in this thread, and the words there, it doesn't sound like anything to do with typing. Now, variant type, I'm not entirely sure what a variant type is. Generic software and let's programming. Yeah, give AI a little bit more specificity. Variant type or variant refers to a data type that can hold values of different underlying types at different times. Provides flexibility by allowing a single variable or data structure to accommodate various data types without requiring explicit type casting. So yeah, I know Visual Basic uses variant. SQL variant data type enables column functional languages, variant types or feature, often called sum types, or algebraic data types. Yeah, that term actually doesn't sound to me like it's even related to this concept, but I guess it's the same thing. There's a performance hit, obviously. Memory hit, obviously. Type safety. Yeah, that has an obvious problem. Yeah, so variance, to my understanding, is where we get this concept of var in a lot of programming languages, and I believe this is an artifact of variance being used. I don't believe these are actually variants, which is another pet peeve, right? We're using a terminology while changing what it is. What does var mean programming? Because I'm pretty sure that it has different meanings in different languages. Yeah, so used to declare a variable, which is essentially a pointer to a location in memory. Okay. I had someone at some point in my career explain var as being related to variance. Is var related to variant program? I want to say it is. Maybe not. And it's entirely possible the person who explained that to me was just wrong. Wait. The variant type is a generic property type. It is obsolete and exists only to support old applications. Applications should var type properties instead. So yes, it is the same. This is indeed the documentation. I'm just surprised that Qt Creator does not in any way warn user that variant is deprecated. Someone gonna explain the difference? Okay. Difference between var and variant. We're not trusting AI to explain this one. Uh-oh. This is in UX design. That doesn't... Benchmark E. Oh. Maybe I'm gonna have to trust these sources. And maybe this was a var in C#. So it's just used to as shorthand to implicitly type. It's still fully typed. Like this is definitely not a variant in C#. And I don't know that C# even has variants. Does C# have variants? Don't think so. Does not have variants. Okay. But I assume C# does have union types. Oh. But maybe not yet. Interesting. So there's ways around that in C# that I think are generally a lot better. So in C#, you have a concept of, I think it's called generic types. Yes. So you can declare a generic type here, and then your class can be implemented in such a way to handle a bunch of different types. Generally speaking, you want to have this completely type agnostic, but I think there's some mechanism for limiting what types are valid. The most basic example is, of course, lists like they're showing here, where you could have a list of any type you want. But that restricts what you can do with that data structure. C# limit the types valid for a generic. I'm pretty sure there's a way to do that. Oh, there we go. So this is what I would argue is a better way to handle this concept of a union type. There's obviously going to be some limitations there. But this to me is a much more controlled approach. So what we're saying here is I have some class I'm creating that accepts, that in some way accepts a type that can be generic. So it could be any sort of type that this class can utilize. And the way it utilizes is non-specific. So we saw the example of a list where we create a list class. The members of that list can be whatever type T is. Well, that type T could be applied in any number of ways, and I'm not going to try to break that down. The point is, within the context of that class, you can use T as your typing. And whatever a consuming or implementing class does with your class, they provide what type they care about, and your class just operates on it. By having this where clause, we're then saying, okay, but it only works for these types, which is exactly what union typing is meant for, or tag union typing is for. Shorthand called tag unions. Again, don't like that term. But to me, this is a much safer approach. Particularly because you don't have to the compiler is going to help you in this case. So when you're constructing your class here, this where clause protects you from not handling things correctly. Whereas if you're using tag unions or union types, excuse me, if you don't properly account for every single type that you've unioned proactively, I don't believe the compiler's ever going to help you with that. So, for example, if you have implemented with a union type that includes int and float, but then your implementation only handles integers, then you're going to have errors at runtime, and the compiler is not going to catch that, to my knowledge. Keep in mind, anything I say on any of this is to my knowledge. I am by no means an authority on all things programming in all languages, and when it comes to almost anything that you can say about any programming language, there's going to be another programming language that handles it differently. That's almost always true. But you know, I prefer this. It feels safer, and in general, I prefer languages where the compiler helps me. In the case of things like Godot, I don't even have a compiler, really. This error reporting here is the closest thing I have to a compiler. And this is much more analogous to something like a linters setup. Actually, there's probably some of you that don't even know what that is, so let me give a brief explanation. Linters in programming. So, what is linters? Linters is kind of the predecessor to modern compilers, where it's a static code analysis tool. So it's something that you run that analyzes your code base for problems. It does things like error detection, and at some point it was expanded to also include style enforcement here. Security vulnerability identification. I've never used a linters that does that, but I guess you could implement something like that. Though I get the feeling that security vulnerability identification in a linters is probably no different functionally than a style enforcement. I'm pretty sure these functionally are the same thing. Best practice promotion. That help developers adhere to best practice. That's style enforcement, dude. Code quality improvement. Come on, AI. Come on. This is just a byproduct of anything you do to improve your programming. So yes, I would not have this as a separate call out in this bullet point list. But static code analysis tools, what that does is it reads your files on disk as text and says, hey, here's a pattern I recognize that is bad. That's it. The most common one you'll probably come across, I believe, is JSLint. Partially just because JavaScript is so pervasive, what with, web. And there's a whole bunch of variants of linters that are more robust in certain ways, less robust in others that are alternative to JSLint. But functionally what this is before, and linters, as far as I know, are either exclusively or almost exclusively used for languages that don't have compilers. So like JavaScript, there's no compiler. You don't compile JavaScript, it just runs. And so you run a linters application on top of your code before you deploy it, before you run something, as a sort of makeshift compiler. In C#, just build your application. Done. Because the compilation process does all the checking for things like type safety. Whereas in scripting languages like JavaScript, TypeScript, etc., you don't have that. I guess TypeScript has a pseudo compile step where it compiles, or like, I don't want to call it compiles because that's not really what's happening. Let's call it build. It builds into JavaScript before it runs. And so there's some compiler-esque checking that happens there. But I've definitely spent way too much time delving into this. Hopefully you guys found it useful. Yeah, so what all did we cover there? There was tag unions, where we started with this, and somehow ended up at linters. Alright, sure. Well, I learned a bunch of new things. Hopefully you guys did too. Alright. Where was I? Good. I still have that on the clipboard. That could have been bad. What's wrong? Good. Update layer date. I think this is where I eventually want this to live. There. Okay, that's all gonna change. And I think I should spend some time. I think I should spend a couple minutes here just cleaning this scene up, because I've kind of just sort of hacked stuff together from different pieces and haven't really looked at the whole scene as like a cohesive unit. I wish I could make this static, but I'm pretty sure that's not valid. Oh, it is valid. Well, good. I want these private, even though private isn't a real thing. Where was I? Signal attack now. Yep. And what's the stronger keyword than static? What is constant? That's the one that I'd actually like to be able to use here. But because of how I'm declaring these, they can't be made a constant. Even though theoretically, of course, these are actually constants. Actually, just see. I assume it's going to complain. Yeah. Oh. Static is not necessary. Yeah. Huh. Can I make... This will not work as a constant, right? Yeah. Because I'm constructing this from a function here, it doesn't work as a constant. Hmm. Kind of want to declare a simple function here. Hmm. Is that worth it? Yeah, probably. And it makes sense it's mad at me. Just a second. Okay. Bar index dot I equals fine. If I less than 0, turn I. Okay. Else return. Oh, wait. That's not right. Because I need to return a string. I need to BRB. And we'll figure something out for that. Back in a minute, guys. Hello, chat. So if you give me a garbage direction, what do I give you back? Probably just give you yourself back. Better yet. Insert false. I need to remember what I did for error reporting somewhere else that I did assert false. I think I have an assert false in. There we go. Push error, that's right. I'm so used to throwing errors, not pushing errors. Direction provided. Error is not valid. That's fine. Now, want to return I plus rotation mod outside. Gorgeous. Turn here. Here. Rotate left is -1. Gorgeous. That simplifies things. Functions to get rotated direction strings. Signal to emit attack. Model rotations of right, left, none. Good. Shoulder rotation. Good. That's gonna go away. And the direction here is going to change. Like, that implementation is going to completely change when I plug this into actual character controls. And I think this may go away in this step. I'm thinking maybe. Because I'm thinking... Kills me. I'm thinking I may want to do it here. Actually, is that even necessary? Huh. Yes, it is. Yeah, I think this might be the place to do it. Me. Any updates here? I'm thinking that's the play. Yeah, that's all solid. Fine. Fine. That actually needs to go, blue. I'm gonna comment this out for now. Because I'm almost positive that's unnecessary now. Which should make that unnecessary. And that. Um, I'm gonna call this Aux Animation Player, or Auxiliary Animation Player, if you will. Let's see where all this is. Oh. Okay. Well, that makes that simple. Single layer to drive updates. Also update the layers as group. Hmm. Let me review how I'm using this, because I don't know that this makes sense. Apparently every usage is now commented out. So, boop. Is there a way for me to do this within this looping? Maybe. All right. I think I know how I want this to work. I think I know how I want this to work. I want to bring that back, but the implementation is going to change a bit. I need to review the difference between these. So there's animation change, there's current animation change, and there's animation started, I think? Yes, maybe. Yes. So what is the difference between all of those? So, signal is not emitted when the animation is changed via animationplayer.play. Awesome. Animation changed is useless to me because almost all of my animation changing is done with play. Now, show me this one. Notifies when an animation starts playing. What does that mean? Yeah, that is about the most useless description I've ever seen. Okay, so we're disconnecting this one. Great. So this one literally doesn't exist anymore. Awesome. Where's this? Oh wait, this one's what I want. Animation finished. What is happening here? Oh, right. This is the thing that plays through the animations. Yeah. To do, remove. Awesome. That whole thing goes away as soon as I'm done creating demos of this for Twitter. Okay. That's definitely the one I want. Updating direction. Fantastic. Okay. Let's actually change these. I forget. Do they let me? Where's that? Ah, here. I can't remember if I'm allowed to assign numbers. Is that legal? Huzzah! That's awesome. Which, come to think of it, means I don't need any of this, do I? Yeah, I don't need any of that. That's great. Shoulder direction is rotate direction. Here. Shoulder rotation. Awesome. So now, if I've specified shoulders need to rotate to the right, this will give me my new direction here. Left, new direction. Awesome. That is awesome. Okay. What's next? Probably copying something like this. The indices. I know I call them layers just because it's more intuitive, but the actual term in Godot is index. Or I am it. If what? I guess it makes sense to calculate that here. That's fine. if layer list I dot name contains shoulder. That goes there. And kind of the same thing goes here. Nope, this is wrong. Huh. Yeah, no, this is wrong. Because I'm iterating through each of the layers here. And then I'm reiterating through the layers down here. So this is wrong. This is bad. So first, bring that out there. All right. Ri equals nope. And I should rename this. It needs a better name.
I name you.
Layer data makes sense. It needs to be named something kind of like adjustable layer list. I know what I want to call it. Sortable layers. This I should probably call layer sort. Calling a layer data is fine. And at some point I should probably remove, what is that? Face and hair. Should probably remove those since those are just not changing. So they will be wasted cycles. But for now it's fine. Since theoretically I want the ability to move them. Maybe. Maybe. Let me add a to-do. Remove face and hair. Alright, so we're getting the index of the layer if I equals -1. Okay. So what that's saying is if the layer we're currently looking at from this list is not in one of the ones that get sorted, just go to the next loop. And then here, this is just if ERT that ERT. Yep. So make sure I'm doing that right. Calculate the shoulder direction. For every sprite in this list, go ahead and sync up the frames. Awesome. If it's one of the sprites that needs to be reordered in the Z layering, and go on down here. If it's most of them, set layering based on the generic layering data. If we are a shoulder, get this. Awesome. Pretty sure this is all good to go now. I'm gonna put that back in case I messed something up. Alright. Now... do... go back. And my basis on most things is a 1 second animation. Now, that goes away. Was I doing... I'm checking all of them anyway. Fine. Let's make sure there's nothing straggling in reset. Uh, desperately wish I could just copy and paste this over here. But no. Is there an easy way to do this over here? Okay. Sure. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong file. That's why. That's what I want to see. Seem funky. Ah, got it. Can I just tack this on to this animation magically? Be really nice if that just... Bruh. Full attack. Yep, I do want this added here. Go attack 3 will also be included. That's all I want to do that way. Double check, they all got added. Something didn't happen right there. Oh, hello there, Grind Sultan. In case you weren't aware, there's actually a subcategory of gaming called game development. Just so you're aware. Damn. I wonder why the Rumble people are just so aggressive about this. I've noticed that consistently now, like, people in chat on Rumble are hyper aggressive about correcting you on category. Particularly when they're wrong about it, by the way. Whereas Twitch people, by and large, are kind of loosey-goosey. I shouldn't say loosey-goosey on it. Like, Twitch people will try to correct me on what category I'm in, but they're much more understanding of things like, oh, you're just doing this for a couple minutes as a break. Okay, I'm not going to harp on this. But, yeah, you know what? I don't need that negativity in my stream. Thank you, though. We're just gonna handle that. Bye-bye. If you decide to be more polite next time, I'll let you stay. But if you do that again, you're gone forever. Why did that one do different? What happened? That's... Pack one up. I also find it funny that the difference that on Twitch, if you're in the wrong category, people will try to generally kindly correct you and tell you what category you should be in. However, people on Rumble will just say, you're in the wrong category. Okay, what category should I be in? And if you guys don't like the fact that I'm in the gaming category, take it up with Rumble for putting game development in the subcategory of gaming. By the way, Twitch does the same thing. Kick does the same thing. YouTube doesn't do the same thing, but that's because YouTube doesn't even have a game development category. So, I am curious. I want to know what are people seeing when they go over to my stream? Like, what sort of category information are they seeing on Rumble? Because, hey, maybe Rumble presents this in a weird way that I'm not expecting. Oh god, no. I do not need to see or hear myself right now off of that. Thank you. Let's see. Gaming, software, and development. Interesting. Okay, I kind of see where this is coming from, but I want to show you guys something behind the scenes here. And this is, you know, people don't know what happened, how this stuff is structured behind the scenes. Let me Templates. There we go. Here we go. So, showing you guys behind the curtain real quick. Down here is where I set my categories. The subcategory here, software and development, is part of gaming. So it's interesting that over here, it shows these as not, like, this is not a subcategory of gaming. As far as Rumble is concerned, this is just a tag. Which is... Yeah, I don't love that. But I'm not here to fix their platform for them. That's very interesting. Now I'm curious, is there anything here that would be more related? Even though there is this software and development category here. Technology? Well, that's not right. What? Hold on. Cancel. We're gonna create a new template. Technology. Wait, seriously? Oh, this is awful how this is implemented. So, if you're doing cooking, your subcategory could be Dead Island 2. What? That's bad. Alright. I guess for future streams I'll update that. Though that feels very silly. Guess I'll put it in technology? I guess. Though, it doesn't feel like... I don't know. I guess I'm still Twitch-brained on this. I actually think this is very silly. That I can do, you know, cooking, software and development. Like, the bad UI. Alright. Let's actually take a second to go look at these categories. I want to know what people are putting in them. So this is interesting. If I go into gaming categories, I'll bet software and development is here. No matches. Huh? Well, this is something I definitely should have tested before now. Huh. So what? Wait, what? Okay, there we go. So where is software and development as far as categories go? Huh. For cutting edge technology. Huh. I do love the fact that in this category, I'm like 1 out of every 3 videos. To a decent extent, software and development live streams is me. Okay, so this is seemingly a subcategory. Okay, now let's say I wanted to just find a category. How would I do that? Like, so I'd have to, one, go to browse, categories. So is software and development here? That's that question. Seemingly no. Okay, well this is a... Okay, software and development does show up here. Great. Does it also show up as a subcategory of this? No. Hmm. All right. Rumble, the way you set this up, the fact that there's not a parallel between what I see as a creator and what the user sees is bad. Like, really, really bad. Okay, we will be moved over to the technology section. Fantastic. That's very silly. Okay, where are you? Back. One. Up. Here's the problem, child. What did I do different? I don't think I did anything differently. Oh, I duplicated it. That's what. That's not right. Oh. Oh, I see. Oop. Save. Yes, reload. Thank you. Back up. That. Oop. Save. Discard local. Awesome. There we go. Fixed. But I guess I should also show you guys why I did that from a Twitch perspective. The categories. So most of the streaming platforms have in some way copied Twitch's categorization. So over here, actually, I guess Twitch just has the category. There's no subcategories. What platform has subcategories that I'm thinking of? Is it YouTube? Well, YouTube's whole thing is just messed up. Like, the closest category on YouTube is gaming. Because, like, there's no way to say software and development of any kind. I'm actually looking at that right now. Like, there's... The only other similar ones would be education. Like, my channel is educational. There's also science and technology, but that doesn't sound right. Wait, let's take a minute. Go over to YouTube and see what that experience is like now. I haven't checked out YouTube's experience in a long time. But generally speaking, finding anything on YouTube for streaming is awful. So first of all, live is like getting into live categories is a whole process here. So like we have to go into live. Great. Live news is the first thing there. Live now. Okay. What if I want to narrow down by category? How do I do that? Well, there's categories here. Also, what's going on? Is this something I need to be aware of? That I should be streaming to shorts as well, maybe? That's weird. So how do I find categories? So I have to go into view all, maybe? Still not finding categories. Nope, nope. Still have not found categories. The category's here, but all I have access to is gaming and sports. And over here. So there's all kinds of categories, guys, that are apparently just invisible here. Which is kind of nonsense. Like, let's say I even search one of the categories. Science and technology. Like, that's the literal name of the category, and I don't have a way to get to it. This is wild. Ah. Bro. I don't know how you're supposed to use YouTube. Like, as just a viewer on this platform. If I want to find live streams about science and technology, how do I do it? YouTube. How to see videos in a category. How do I do this? I know this is a massive tangent, but this is highly relevant to, like, finding people that will want to watch this. Tap the filters to select the desired category from the category drop down. Okay. Technology. No category drop down. And remember, this is Google's AI, the same company that makes YouTube. First, search the category up on YouTube. Filter it to videos. Count. Huh? Yeah, for reference, guys, what I'm trying to find is... Let's see, I want to make sure there's nothing sensitive here. Let's see. So, yeah. So, behind the scenes here in the YouTube studio, your category is listed here. So, science and technology is a category. My question is, if I'm a viewer, like I'm just a basic user of YouTube, how do I find videos in that category? Because it seems like I can't. I guess one way to test this is there even a page for that? YouTube doesn't have a science and technology category. Oh, really? Oh, really? Google. Woo! That's awesome. That's great. YouTube offers several broad categories for videos, and you might find science and technology or education option for your content. So, tensions reviews behind. What? What YouTube category should I use? Well, we're doing that research right now live, so hope you guys are enjoying learning about this. This is insane. Okay, YouTube. How to search videos by category. Help if I can spell. First, perform a general search on your topic. Okay. Development. Awesome. Arrest development. Great. There's nothing here. Then click the filter button. How do I search by category on YouTube? There we go. Someone asking this 9 years ago. This is ridiculous. It's the biggest video portal in the world, and yet you can't search filter videos by category. What's the point of setting up a category for your video in the first place if people can't search videos within that category? No, you can't search by category. Wow. Man, YouTube is garbage. Like, if you're watching this on YouTube, I love you. Thank you. But that's insane. It's almost like they added that feature just so creators would be like, oh, I know how to do this from my time on Twitch. And nothing beyond that. This is so dumb. Maybe there's like a hashtag thing. Okay. Awesome. So there is at least tag searching, but the whole category system just doesn't exist. Sorry for the tangent. I'm just very angry at the streaming situation right now. Like, Twitch has a good platform in terms of being able to set up streams, and the user experience lines up as a direct parallel to the creator experience. Like, what I am intuitively setting up in the back end is what users encounter on the front end of things. But clearly, YouTube is not that way. Rumble, not that way either. Yeah, I'm gonna need to reload the project for that to work. What? Why? Oh. Okay, it's very unhappy about something. $136. That's weird. Am I not getting any errors on 134? Oh. Hmm. Oh, I wonder if this is getting a string. It shouldn't be. Oh, I'm getting an empty string for direction. That's not right. Because direction defaults to down. You're not gonna print that out for me? That's cool. Okay, so that's why I'm getting some of the layers to work, but not others. Weird. Hear that, save. Why would that not be? Not on YouTube. Okay, I think we're back. Maybe. The heck happened there? Hello? I think that might have messed up the VOD though, maybe. I'll have to review that after stream. That was just bizarre. Alright. I guess YouTube didn't like my ranting about YouTube. Something. And that somehow got Rumble to complain too. Oh well, what you gonna do? Where was I? I need to figure out why this is not working. So the direction here is not right. I'll bet it's not going to print anything out here. I'll bet. Yeah, it's not printing anything. Huh. That's garbage. But I know the thing coming in here is empty string. So how is that getting set to empty string? Commented out, commented out. Defaults to down. The only assignment is happening here. Oh, wait. No, that's all right. Let's reload the project. Yeah, the tool keyword does some weird things, and you just... If things aren't working when you use the tool keyword, just reload your project. That's almost always what needs to fix it. It says down. Oh. Oh. I bet I know what the issue is. I'll bet I know. Nope, that's not the problem. What? So... if I jump to this... down left plays over there. That makes sense. Then I get a bunch of errors. Because it's asking for empty string. Which makes 0 sense. Maybe I'm using the wrong thing here? No. Plus, it worked up here. Maybe. Who knows? Chat? Why don't programming languages make sense? Well, at least background music decided to give me something cheerful. I like this track. This is what? Called Inspired by Autumn. I get the inspired, don't get the by Autumn. And that is, Autumn is not the author, by the way. This is just the title. Ordered action. I just don't get how that's ever becoming an empty string. Also would love to know why that's not printing. Get rid of this, because this is behaving exactly how I expect it to. And the thing is, I got some printing happening elsewhere in this function. Might be time for a break, because my frustration is escalating very quickly with this. It worked. But why doesn't it keep working? One. That worked. Play. What is happening? I don't get it. Let's do this. I'm gonna re-hook up autoplay thing. Does that actually work? Chat, help. Make it make sense, please. I am so lost. It's not having any problem. How? That works. That's just working. Beautiful. Yeah, right is working. It's awesome. So why, when I does it not? That's working. If I push that, clear this, breaks. Why? Maybe something weird in the reset? No. That's not having problems. The moment I select this, loads. I don't get it, dude. I don't get it at all. Like, this is definitely the solution to my rotation problem. But it just creates this weird new problem. Which is frankly an impossibility. Guess one thing I can do here I could default it and it occurs to me, I don't need this, do I? I can hard code. I shouldn't say. Can hard code the relationship of the direction. So, axe that. Node. Disconnect. Get rid of that. So, what I can do first, where all does that show up? Print that I don't care about. Use to generate this shoulder direction. Used in that same function. Rest of these are commented out. Awesome. Goodbye. Var_dir equals order direction. ct.frame coordinates .x. Okay. So what I'm doing here is, since my ordering on this is based on the frame order, I can grab the frame 0 through 7, or the x coordinate of the frame 0 through 7, and use that to access this guy, which is just these keys. Oh, that's wrong. That's all kinds of wrong. I'm dumb. Whoops! that was stupid. All right. Yeah, no, that would imply that the character's rotating every single frame. No, that's so wrong. 8 directions and 8 frames are not the same thing. Whoops. I need to find this a different way. Where is... Ow, I deleted every copy of that. It's fine. Current animation. Flipped. underscore. And it's a good thing I named my animations the way I did. With direction being the last thing. Makes that much simpler. And I'm kind of using magic numbers here. Kinda, sorta. So it's not the best data structures, but it'll serve the purpose. I think it's worth. Is there a cleaner way to set the direction? So, from the raw frame data, direction is dictated by the y coordinate. But I'd have to divide by the number of action, right? Can I do that? Maybe? Would doing y coordinate mod 8 work? I think it might. Let's try it. Because if that works, that's so much cleaner. So much cleaner. And that would mean I don't need that anymore at all, because that just becomes gear plus shoulder rotation mod 8. Yep. Yep, that's right. On 36, it doesn't like. Makes sense. That's fine. Because this will now change. Okay. Definitely deserves some explanation there. Layer data to apply direction. T here is based on the Y frame coordinate. 8. Y frame mod 8, i.e. 0 down. Dot dot dot. Seven. Down. Gorgeous. Now that'll be semi-understandable by other people. Great. Not where I wanted to search. That should be good to go. Might need to restart though. I think that's a definite. Maybe? Fine. Okay. Man. Now, all I need to worry about is setting the rotation data in. Oop. Reset track is fine. We defined an animation where it's messed up right now. Maybe up? Yep, that's definitely one of them. Actually thinking the raw data for this one should change a little bit. Right, up left. Kind of doesn't encounter the problem though, does it? Shoulder R, what are you doing here? You're at 10. You're actually behind the hair right now. Huh. Good to know. Not quite there. So it's at the third frame. And then it probably switches back here. Where's an instance where the left shoulder needs to come in front? Oh, actually right here. Because if I'm not mistaken... Yep. Two are rotated to the right. I think you go back to... And I think there's a problem there. Interesting that it's not reversible. That seems wrong. Could move this to here. But I don't think that's actually correct. Right. So ooh, that's definitely wrong. Oh, nope. Never mind. What's happening in that frame? Something very odd happens in the frame. The shoulder can't be going down that low. What is causing that? Oops. Oh. Interesting. I think that's okay. Yes. Because the face is covering that up, we're actually getting 1 pixel from the glove back there, which I think is fine. Maybe the shoulder does go down that far in that frame. Let's check it out. I wouldn't think it does, but I don't think that's physically what happens. When I'm drawing a bowstring and releasing, I don't do that. But maybe this little animated guy does. Not that animation, he doesn't. There is a noticeable drop. Take the lowest position. I want 180 degrees. That's the one I care. Okay, that answers my question. It is just tilting down that much. Good. That means that's working. This position, it should definitely start behind the head. And here, kind of be in front. I think we're good to go. Okay. Now, end down corresponds to 5, 6, 7 of this animation. 6, 7. Okay. I need 3 more here. Bow, aim, start. Bow, aim. Bow, aim. And I need to make sure these line up exactly. 0.5. And I think it's 0.375 on in. Yep. Pretty sure maintain is 0.5 as well. Got it. Maintain. Start. This is 0, 1, 2, 3. Awesome. So hold on. Here's an easier way to do this. Move. Move. Okay. Move. Now start with attack as my base. Hit it. All right. Game start. I only take the start of it. Excellent. Maintain. I only take the middle. Because it's definitely rotated to the right through the whole animation there. That. Hold on. Let me double check. Okay, it is 1 second long. Good. And make end. Only want the final 3. That goes away. I start with this. And I guess it just comes 1 before the end. Right? Huh. Little wonky, but that's right. Awesome. Now gotta use that over here. Attack, maintain, end. Cool. Back, maintain, start down. Box. That. Start. And bow, maintain down. don't love how the eye rendered in that frame, but you're gonna be seeing it from there, so it's probably fine. I might scale it up by like 1.5 times in the... Actually, an interesting question. How do I want to display that in the character customization screen? Because, like, you want it to be big so you can see what's going on, but... Ooh. Let me see if someone has published a Creative Commons shader for CRT stuff. I don't hate that. It's pretty cool looking. But let's see what license they put on it. MIT license. I should... Can I use that? Interesting. We'll test it. Oh god. There's a lot happening here, isn't there? Well, let's try it. I want to see how this looks. Also, I need to see how it's implemented. Shaders test 3, where are you? Am I doing anything important in here? Seemingly yes. That's not good. Add no color rectangle. Material, new shader. I'll clean up my test shaders at some point. That's interesting. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so it is implemented the way I want it to be implemented. As a screen texture shader, I assume. Yep, right there. What is that even? Probably don't want grain enabled. Oh, right. Huh. Yeah, that doesn't strike me as accurate. Also, if I'm gonna test this, probably want this thing layered above. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Yeah, nope. Not enable curving. What is vignette? I have no idea what that does. Alright. Put off for now, I guess. I would definitely want to uncap this. At least more. Okay, that's kind of what I want. What about... What about RGB grid? Can I... Can I not affect that? Honestly, just looks like it's making it darker now. I kind of want one that's based on the pixel size. I have an idea. So I have an idea of how to do this on my own from scratch. Because I was looking at a visualization of this. Do I want to try to do that today? Question. Not sure. Not loving how that looks. Do you have license listed? Okay, we'll just test it. I'm guessing it's not something I'm gonna want. Not use screen texture. Huh. Uses the pixel texture as an overlay of what each pixel on have an example. Let's use a noise texture for now. And let's implement screen texture. I don't think this will look the way I want it to. But I have a really cool idea for how to do this. Because I want to mimic so here. This is the example that I saw, or a very similar example to this that I saw. Here's a really good one. Thank you, random Instagram person named TVD40P. So notice how we get a kind of rounding effect. In a literal sense, it's not there. But there's an optical illusion happening with our eyes that causes this effect. So, can I create a similar effect that scales relative to pixel size? If I can, I have something interesting here. I guess I won't be able to scale relative to pixel size, will I? Because I want to do it as a screen texture shader. Let's actually take a closer look here. And I know I'm getting off on a tangent here, but going on. Really not easy to tell. Hmm. Oh, whoops. Okay. So, and so that. Texture. White. Better. What is this actually doing? UV times screen size. UV minus 4 of UV. Right. Don't really know what that means, but sure. Grabs CRT overlay. Then says color is CRT overlay RGB times the base texture RGB times the alpha. This is a super lame way to do this. Yeah, I don't like this at all. Sub-pixelizer. This is actually kind of what I had in mind for myself to do manually. Woo. Maybe not. Yeah, no, this is not what I had in mind. Oh heavens. but I want to see what it does anyway. Huh? The leftover from. Whoa. Where do you grab the texture? Don't. Let's do. Better. That just looks bad. Yep. Hate it. Let's see if anyone else has come up with something interesting for this. The thing is, none of these are like actually mimicking certain aspects of a CRT. They're like overly simplified version. But I have an idea of a kind of simple way to achieve the look of a CRT without actually incorporating any CRT-like things. Well, let's try it. Of course. You don't use screen texture, do you? Oh, dip. Oh, it's a spatial shader. Why? Right. Okay, so this is for putting on an object in your 3D environment, and I'm not about to try and rewrite it for my purposes. This one's another spatial shader, I'm not gonna do that. Canvas item. Awesome. Yeah. If I end up liking this, I'll change it. And I'm guessing do not use screen texture. All right. I can fix that. Find your fragment. How? Huh. What on earth am I looking at? If I can get this working, it's an interesting idea of how to do this. Ah, text. That definitely isn't working the way I'd want it to. But am I kind of getting what I want, maybe? I have no idea. Not really. Well, it's now kinda sorta working. But only kinda sorta. Let's see what shape that actually is. I need to zoom way in. Interesting pattern. Huh. Alright. Ooh, I don't love that. Oh man. How does that look on stream? Hold on. Whoa. Let me see that. Okay, it does not look as crazy on stream. Huh. Alright. So I want you guys to see what I'm seeing. Because there's some weird, like, harmonic-y something happening. Notice, like, the green and purple here? Oh, of course. Arr. Like, what is happening? Oh, okay. I kind of have some intuition of what's happening. Because it's removing every so many pixels. And so I'm getting a harmonic effect there. That's cool. That's super cool. And the width of those green and purple bands is almost certainly some factor of the scaling and the pixel size on the image over here. Okay, sorry. Math nerdiness done. Sorry. Yeah, I kind of just want to make my own. Kind of just see what I can come up with. I could figure out precisely where it's mask type. Mask. Where are you? At. If I put a ×2 here. Well, that's not right. That's fun. Interesting. Even numbers turn me green. Odd numbers leave me alone. Yeah, that's not doing what I expect. Trying to find something that's kind of like UV for this. How is it deciding pixel size? I have no idea. I think this is just upping the brightness. Not changing the dimension. Oop. Hey, that's something. How did that change things? Those aren't even slightly similar now. What about 16? Well, that's not right. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Yeah, it's just not having the effect I want. Yep, this is a problem for another day. Let's add an action item. Experiment with custom CRT shader. I don't actually want a CRT shader. I want something that... Kind of what I want it to do is take each pixel and turn them into a circle. That has a gradient. Yeah, it's kind of what I want. And I'd want like the outermost edge to be dark. And then like adjust the gradient for each pixel such that brighter pixels have a larger circle with a sharper drop off on the edges. It's a theory, but it's not something I'm working on today. This was neat and fun sort of thing, but moving on. I think we're done. You go away. I think the layering might be fixed. Just do a little spot checking. Where's one where this would... Up left? Oh. Up, maybe. Let's see something. Where is that raw data? Down, down, left, left, up, left. It rotate right. I'm here. Yes. Right is down. So the bottom of the weapon is sorting to the front in the last frame. Bottom of the weapon. Should be sorting to the back. But it's what? I've misunderstood something. Hold on. Oh, because I'm down here. Rotated to this. What I actually want to see is up left. Where at the start... I'm messing something up. No, I want to see up. The top of the weapon. I'm not rotating. Oh man, I've been staring at this too long. I'm trying to analyze what the weapon is doing is useless here because I don't apply a rotation to the weapon. Apply a rotation only to the shoulder. So, let's go back to where that makes some level of sense. 4 is up. So, the right shoulder at the start of up is rotated to the right. It sorts up. Okay, back up. At the start here, shoulder is allegedly in front. I don't think that's actually happening. Let's move the face real quick. I don't trust it. Something seems off. It's fine.
Oh!
Well, of course it's not working because I haven't added it yet. Man. All those tangents clearly spent more of my brain juice than I thought. Yes, reload. Okay. Maintain and down. Animation. Fox player. Awesome. Five, 6, 7. Start. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Now this is the maintain. Think we're good. Neck. Face hair. Probably should put that shoulder pad back on. Okay, that is very wrong. We're in the down state. Put that there. Shoulder is rotated to the right. So that should be the equivalent of the down left. This, so left shoulder. To 20. What's going on there? Why is the face in front of left shoulder? Left shoulder is at 10. Talk to me. Hey. How does that change things? That's not working. Okay, what about continuous nearest? What does that do? Still not reversible. Doesn't make any sense. So the reason this is a problem is this will mean that the value isn't updating in the case that I swap animation. So if I'm doing something like attack maintain and I'm moving around a target, when the rotation occurs, layers aren't going to update properly. I'm not really sure why that is. If I move this, reorder these. It'd be really cool if I could. No. Okay then. Well, I didn't want to do that anyway. I should be able to reorder this. Maybe I can just patch this up using this guy that I got rid of. Here's a question. Is it legit to just call the process function? Is that okay? Oh, wait. I'm not using processing. Wait, that tells me that should be changing. I see something. We're currently in the right position. Still in the right position. We're now in the none. We're in the right position. But that frame hasn't updated. So I mean, the frame has updated. It's almost like this is updating after the frame updates, but the problem is... Maybe it is updating after the frame updates. Ooh, how do you handle that? There's a more heavy-handed approach I can use. That's not awesome. But it might be the best option. How do... So... an option is up here at shoulder rotation. I can create a setter there. And whenever this value is set, go ahead and update the shoulder layers. I don't like that, because I'd like to have it consolidated. But so long as that's flipping after the frame update, there's nothing I can do. This is the only way to make that change happen. Is there any way to get that to set before the frame update? One option would be to have it happen a minuscule time in advance in the animation player. But I run the risk of it hitting the previous frame. Alternatively, I run the risk of creating a race condition as well. Yeah, I think I just need to double up on this. I don't think there's another way to do it. Yep. Okay, we're gonna change this. If that in L folder R. Then wrong symbol. Then we're just gonna then this bad boy out. And I want a new function. Eight folder. Don't know what shape that's gonna take yet, but it'll do something. This should not be necessary anymore. Again. That's mostly gonna just be this. But obviously taking a bit of a different shape than that. And whenever... Where's my setter? Okay. Shoulder rotation gets updated. Update shoulder layers. Okay. Folder dir is what? Oh. Right. I can still do it. I don't like that I'm using this frame coordinate outside of this context. But here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do, just so this all happens in one spot. Okay. Shoulder L. R. Now the I. Fortunately, I hard code. I could do this. Yeah, let me go ahead and add a whole bunch of variables for this so that I don't keep recalculating nonsense. Yeah. I don't love it, but I also don't know a better way to do it. Okay. Now, anywhere else I've got this, I need to replace. Why don't you like that? Okay, so all of that only has to get computed once at startup. No longer doing it every single hit. It's not like it was a super expensive thing, but I still have some wasted computations here, which is, it's okay. Which folder? Okay. If I've done this right, uh-oh. What? Why? What do you mean? So in this instance, we are rotated right. Great. Down, rotated right. That's the down right value. Shoulder L down right is 20. I changed something here that I shouldn't. No? Hmm. So the frames should be right, right, left, left when I look up here. Is that the case? Oh, interesting. Right, right, left, left. Or right, right, none, none, sorry. So something fishy's happening there. I certainly did something wrong. Make sure I'm only doing that in one spot. Good. Huh. That's strange. Ooh. One, 7, 1. Where? Hold on. Let me try reloading the project. Since that fixes 90% of the problems. Python, if a setter, or if a property is set value, is the setter... The answer should be yes. Like, should obviously be yes. Python if... And most of GDScript was based on Python's behavior. Okay. A body. Maintain end noun. Interesting. You guys notice that? The layer changed after the frame updated by a not insignificant amount. Arrgh. All right. So maybe I need another way to handle this. Ah! So, one other way to store this data that I know works, but it's going to be ugly as all get out, is if I store animations and specific X frame coordinates. I could do that, but that is ugly as can be. See. So, animation player updates values after frame update. A way to know. As far as I know, there is no driven values mechanism I can. Are you trying to? Have a sprite with an animation player, along with, and animation player is the child of it, which is irrelevant, along with another sprite. Animation player animates the main sprite, but I need it to animate the other sprite's node too. I already have the animations made for the parent sprite. The issue is that I want to use the exact same, but with the other children's sprites. Go does not have a copy keyframes sprite feature. I was thinking about setting children's frame value same as the parent's value in process. That may produce bad performance. I was wondering if there's a signal. The answer is yes, there is a signal, but it may not have existed 5 years ago. Yeah, now the way you solve that, I've actually done in my project, in this scene in particular. That is this. Signal is located here. Frame changed. That's how you do that. Someone give a reasonable answer to this? Maybe it didn't exist back then. And I'm not about to go back through version history to find out, for just having an arbitrary question answered. Alright. Think. Maybe I need to combine this strategy with the one I had yesterday. I'm gonna oh, I can't Alright. Can you give me... Okay. Wait. Here. Yeah, I'm not going back to this way of doing things. I'll need to change all my comments. All changing. Update. Is full. Here. So if I'm right, process should run after all the animation data execute. I really hope I'm right. If I'm not, I know what I need to do, and it's gonna be awful. So I have a solution to this problem. It's just a matter of how ugly is this solution gonna be. Not actually using that. If update frames. Let's just do if not update. Turn. Update frames. Rename this to frame speed. And instead of update, I'm going to call this update frame, and generally do not put an and in your function. However, I'm not going to be able to efficiently break this apart. I mean, I guess I could... Would it be accurate to describe this as updating layer frame. I think it would. Update all layer frames. I think that's a better name. Because sort of, kind of, the layering is frame data. Go ahead and put some weight there. Okay, so what is happening now? First off, that's fine. What's happening? I start playing an animation. Frame data for clothes is updated. The shoulder rotation is also updated. Now, this executes seemingly before the shoulder rotation update. Got it. So I flag the frames as needing updates. And then when I finally get to process, which theoretically happens at the very end, then this runs, updating all the frame data and the layer data for those frames. Reload. Get that out of there. So, if correct, see the values reflected here as I expect. Son of a gun. I don't get it. Why on earth is that not updating the way I expected? Oh. No, that should have done it. I wonder if the reset is playing there. That'll be easy to test. If I put the reset on left, since left doesn't show up in any of the animations, that should tell me with a good degree of certainty what's going on. Interesting. It was at right, and then it went to none. How does that make sense? Really don't want to have to do this the way I think I'm going to have to do this. could be causing that? Huh. You know, it's definitely swapping to right and then back to none. What? Doing that? I'm gonna remove this. Also make that discrete first. This. Oh. It's going right left. Or right none. If I do that, what happens? Huh. So... it's resetting it to this value while I'm theoretically on this frame. How does that make any sense? Out. I see nothing that should cause this outcome. Is there a more common way this would show? So, animation, playback, back, wrong frame. Player playing different frames glitch. I don't know. So I want to get this working the way it, like, with the Godot stuff. But I don't know what to do with this. Um. That's actually useful for being able to test this. Huh. Wait. Something's fishy. Five. That update, the layer is happening just a fraction of a second before the frame. That doesn't make any sense. So I should get right, left. Or right, none. But I'm getting right. Well... Dang it. Why can't this just work in a reasonable manner? It's like it's setting it to the final value here. Like it's interpolating on a loop. Even though it doesn't make sense for it to do that. Thing is, this should have worked. The way I did this absolutely should work. Because there's kind of two issues happening. Well, it is reversible, so that is fixed. Excuse me. So, at least playing it normally works? Question mark? I have an idea. Where is the on animation? There we are. Play. I want maintain. Don't want to give me IntelliSense? Oh. Arg. Oh. Pack maintain and done that right, this should loop. That's doing some weird interpolation stuff. Oh! Oh, dang it. Seriously, dum-dum? Hey, chat. And folks on YouTube and Rumble. Put it in the comments if you know what I did wrong. Oh, it's so obvious now, too. Now, I don't know if it's going to fix all the issues, but the problem is very obvious to me now. Check it. Speed scale. Speed scale. Yeah, something I had not considered is that I need to be very careful about pairing up these speed scales. For now, Um, P scale is P. P. Okay. Theoretically, that fixes that, maybe. I think it's fixed, maybe. At least visually it looks more right. Now, what's happening to the data? That's correct. Actually wonder if that's what was causing my problems previously. Maybe I didn't have to do all of this crazy nonsense. But this still doesn't necessarily fix one issue. That. Yeah, it doesn't fix that. Back to none. Why? Why? That's not gonna be a problem in... That won't be a problem when running the game. It's just gonna be a problem visually. Yeah, I'm like 99% sure that this will never show up when playing the game. Because I think there's a way for me to test this. There is a beautiful way for me to test this. There's a way for me to maybe test this. Dot pause. I wonder. There's my answer. Okay. So it is possible for this issue to show up in-game. Oop! That's... Hold on. Let's test it here. I'm still not convinced this is going to show up here. Ooh, interesting. Which player is being called from that? Oh. Hold on. If that setter is not required, hold on. Hold on. Is that what was causing it? Shouldn't be. What? Oh, because the pause, well, no. Up. Urgh. Yeah, so I think that can still show up. Dude. Why do you do this to me? Okay. I'm done for the day. That's it. I'm too angry at Godot right now. Anything I code right now is gonna just be garbage because I am just so fed up with this and how this animation player gets called in this animation playback track. That I am so unbelievably angry with this right now. Okay. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Replace box and a player if frame hookups. All hard-coded, all garbage. That's how I'm going to describe that. That's how we're going to fix it. That way, it'll simplify some of the code. It'll make a lot of the code uglier. But what's going to happen is down here, instead of doing this delayed update, that really should have worked. What we're gonna do is just move that logic back into here, and instead of using an animation player to store that frame data, I'm going to store the data in code, hard-coded as an array. And it's just going to say, if you are in this set of animations on these frames, rotate to the right. That's going to be my answer. I hate it because that's like the worst possible way to store this data. But it's the only way I can come up with that's going to work both in the IDE and in game, and I'm not entirely convinced by my test just now that or just a little bit ago, that this would show up in game, but I'm not going to take the risk. Okay. Okay. That's what we're going to do tomorrow. But if I try to code that right now, I will just scream. Sorry, chat, but I will. Yeah, this is something everyone who works in any sort of software development, you hit those points where you just get unbelievably angry at the language you're working in, or the tooling you're using, or whatever it is that is supposed to be making your life easier, but is actively making your life harder because it doesn't work the way it really should. And for anyone out there listening who isn't a programmer, I'm sure you've had a similar situation with something like your email or a word processing document where things just don't work the way they obviously should be working. What makes it extra frustrating in programming, though, is everything is extremely, or is supposed to be extremely well defined. And I can guarantee this same set of tasks in a different language would be working exactly the way I expect. But Godot is great for a lot of things and makes certain things awkwardly difficult. So, lessons learned. Things were discovered. I now know to avoid calling animations from animations. I really shouldn't have to avoid that, but that does seem to be the reality. At the very least, it seems to be a problem for setting certain data types. Now, the way I'm calling the leg animations should still be fine. I'll obviously want to do some testing around that, though the one animation where I'm doing that, I'm not actually planning for the demo of the game anyway, and it may not even be in the final product. Yeah, I included that animation as sort of future-proofing. Anyway. That is going to do it for me today, folks. So, thank you all so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. I know I did. And an extra special thank you to my supporters over on Ko-fi. Thank you so much. And above all, guys, hope y'all have an awesome day. Take care, everyone.